Okay, let's do this. Let's hop right in. Yeah. I had to check something in my drink cup, but we're good. Alright, turnabout suggestion. Trial 7 years ago. Trial. So weird. I don't know why they... I played nearly 20 hours of this game and I still don't get that. Why they just put that twice. It'd be one thing if it was like, oh, you know, day 2, trial 3 kind of thing. Yeah. I lost? It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time. I only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Oh yes, over a game of cards. 7 years ago. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Okay, I thought I turned the volume down on that. We're good. I hope that didn't pick up on my mic, but it's fine. Whew, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. Received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. That was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Huh.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? Keep picking on you.
I'm fine, as always. This old boy here, this old boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. The first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh boy.
Huh? Me? What he started.
Here.
Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. These only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifique Grummery.
I don't know. Just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
Is this a memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? It's like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Notebook page added to the court record. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. An easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Okay then. Of course, there's one of those every year. Switching of attorneys just before the trial. know it is a difficult situation to put you in. But, allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best. Do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see. You do not understand. See, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday. Cause of death, loss of blood from a bullet wound. Malignant tumor found in the victim's liver. Ooh. And the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shoddy Enigmar, known to the world as Zack Grimmery. A wildly popular magician star of Troop Grimmery. His mentor, or Magnify Grimmery, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. Zack Grimmery is the suspect. Name session for the trial of Shoddy Enigma. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking. Is this what all the fuss is about? A bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is that some kind of new crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? The governor's concept got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Ah, this must be the game creators. His impressions when he attended a trial in real life while preparing for the first game. Ooh, you again? Clavier Gavin. Again, to get the party started. Legally, yeah. Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins. Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. Oh, you're league rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, ja. Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up here at any rate. Perhaps you two would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Song, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Yay, Gumshoe! My boy! I am so... This right here is a character that I am much more excited to see than, Gross Doctor Man. And you, huh? You were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Day I win, you lose. I had confidence in my testimony today, see? You normally what? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? As a detective? This is my stage. Kansas antics. Eh? I was just hey-yoing and such. And I could care less about your history together.
Very well. Detective Gumshoe, if you would, please tell us what the case at hand.
Average 6 is back in a room at the General Hospital. Facts are simple as they come. And here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a bullet in his forehead, and BAM! Lights out. Them's the facts.
Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gregory, was a famous man.
How did he make the turtle do that? How was the turtle doing that? How is the elephant doing... What? How strong is that elephant's trunk?
He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Yes, he's a great magician. He died years ago, though. Says in a Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure that the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Gregory has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. And was it a mal-ignorant tutor or something? Something due to his... doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah.
A malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
The facts do seem simple enough. Something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with his insulin when he was shot with the pistol. Syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Small syringe used for administering insulin has been washed with no sign of use.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Witness testimony. The circumstances. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have the letter here in question. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust you... Oh, well... To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot not refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifique Grimmery.
Very unusual indeed. But such a thing as a letter really calls one to pull a trigger, I wonder.
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Isn't it come true? Will you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing that bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Grimmery, was given an IV. An IV?
There it is in the picture off to the side of the bed.
At 11 o'clock, the doctor would come and set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back with the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well. Shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could have at least mentioned it to me. The circumstances. Just check something. Oh, estimated time of... Okay, big old window there.
Hold it!
How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do the thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot him in the forehead. It's loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Or maybe you need to grow up. Yeah, or maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it has been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell, looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
What gets me is that the bullet wound is just so perfectly cylindrical. I feel like a bullet... I feel like it wouldn't look like that. Also, there doesn't appear to be an exit wound. Like, I feel like this pillow should be a mess, but... then this game would be rated M.
There seems to be no issues with the prosecution's claim.
Photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? The defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. No, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What, and you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired, like he was your father, but didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's see what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot?
There we go.
The clown doll?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too.
Ah, there's a hole all in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. And I suppose you have a reason to why he shoot it with the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot, square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. I just noticed that was Sam Riegel's. Yeah. I guess they went ahead and got just used, since they had Sam Riegel sound bites for the next two games. I guess they went ahead and put them in with Apollo Justice. I mean, it makes sense. Perhaps he did have to shoot the forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown's doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Might very well be a clue. Yet, Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. White. How sad is it to see of the mighty fall? How sad is it to see a novice's overconfidence? He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. It's a shame that this is going to end in badness for Phoenix. This is the most confident we've ever seen him in court.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? That's the one! It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. You compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did! Are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zach and Valen's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zach and Valen stand, on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead they hit everything else on stage. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. And Many boys and girls joins the police because of that pistol right here. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grimmery stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since.
The court would like to see the pistol in question.
You got it, sir. Here she is.
Well, this truly is a blast from the past.
It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets.
Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV.
Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. Were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say is that the lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own.
Ah, intriguing point, well made.
Whoa, not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, is the court accepts this evidence?
Stage pistol added to the court record.
My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it is time to return to our testimony.
Objection!
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed a bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Objection!
Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
The murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too.
Objection!
That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had the feelings this wasn't over yet. No, this part is just getting started. I haven't even proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record it says. Utter lack of humility.
Well, what's this? Seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, Herr Detective. Or like I said, Herr Detective is just a warm-up act.
Oh.
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness whom you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Grimmery who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
Well, that was relatively quick and painless. That only took half an hour. That's the fastest it's been so far. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. Did not think you'd believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. And we need less people Or that. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. Scared Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? Have you seen the problem yourself? Or you have seen the problem yourself? The letter. The one shot to the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. Could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life. Some, well, some poorly. But this is a cross that we must bear alone to our graves. We? You want her to know about the night of the incident? Finally. This guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. Snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. Found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes. The one I had used on stage, the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hands. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall, there was a reason that I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there are other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Gremory? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you'll find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened. What? Magnifi Gremory. The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? Does not concern this case. Zack Gremory. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I'm in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. April 19th, 11:37 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7.
Court is now back in session.
During a recess, a bullet was found and dug from the clown's head.
Well, this is news. The rifling marks.
So there was a time to do a detailed analysis. So I did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call on my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you'd think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of the Troop Grimory's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Grimory. So we get to meet the great Magnify's other disciple. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation?
Valent Grimory, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt?
Fate. The grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock that night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
One were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is a yes.
Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? Yeah, you're one of the main protagonists of the Ace Attorney franchise, so not much you can do about that at their, Nick. I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness receives this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait. It's the same letter Zack Grimory received.
Yes, perhaps I should say, ta-da!
It's quite a flamboyant.
Order, order, order. What does it say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself. To you, I entrust the task of lowering my last curtain. Come on the 13th at 11:20 p.m. I will be ready. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the corner. Huh.
Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. It's most unusual. What exactly was going on with you folks? What exactly was your Troop Grimory up to? By which you mean... I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
It's just my opinion there, Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there's a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand.
By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zack Grimory, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything.
Yes. Yes. And now it is time to get this party fired up. Witness testimony. The night of the crime.
That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. And yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. Huh. So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusion in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gremery, is guilty.
If it wasn't Zach Gremery, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Foreshadowing. Cross-examination. End of the crime.
Hold it!
There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim and one in the clown. You were saying you... Yeah, you're saying the one who shot the clown was you?
No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed the murder. Better dig around here a bit more, see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room?
By which you mean what, precisely?
2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valent quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you.
You're well informed, yet. Only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night.
What'd Zach tell me back in the lobby?
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I stuck into his room at that night at the time.
Found 2 pistols. I took the pistol, placed it in his pocket.
I see no problem with that statement. Only one pistol Only one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it.
Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Chia-kazing! Is the number of pistols really so important?
The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey?
Objection!
Thank you, Sam Riegel. According to the defendant, Zach Gremery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table.
2.
One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown.
That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. He compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead.
Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather
Objection!
What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin.
I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of guns that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon.
Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake I made in my youth?
That was just this morning.
I am still young. And might I add, it wasn't really my fault. The defendant only admitted he took one... If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
How old is he at this point? 17. Jeez Louise.
Violent Creamery? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Herr Wright, the real fight is about to begin.
Bring it.
Very well. The victim will now testify to the court.
He says very well a lot. I've just noticed that. How many times I say that in the judge's voice.
Help us determine who shot what.
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After I discovered the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi
is easy to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our debut single hit, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cute as the song, press the play button and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same.
Debut new single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff.
Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And at the time of the death determined by the doctor, there's incontrovertible truths.
Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from this customarily broad, sweeping accusations. As we blur the focus, his case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Basis remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on, my wayward son. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say, hey, I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
We do only usually get a estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of verified time of death.
Magic reveals it. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple. The reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction.
Is there another person that's done their arithmetic homework?
The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene.
recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Gremory's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end.
Ah, the needle's been removed.
Doubtless it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
If the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
You could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began.
And so it was when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since the horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
That seem important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. Would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth.
Did you notice the IV by yourself? Yeah, did you notice the IV yourself by any chance?
When I first entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then... his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Not from the vein, but the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why you might be a suspect.
Indubitably so.
I'd say it's thanks to my lucky color.
Your lucky color?
Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why? When Zack and Valent won their very first Magician's Grand Prix,
Oh hey, call back to Tournament Big Top.
yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire too. And our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. Yes, my lucky color. Yes, indeed. And that IV too. I say I think it was hewed specifically for me, Valent.
That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Wait. The ivy is green. Alan sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Certainly sounds like your lucky color has brought you plenty of luck. But not this time, Mr. Valent. Your lucky colors betrayed you.
I'm afraid you've lost me.
Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well based.
I assure you it will be very based.
Don't worry. I've got all your bases right here, and they belong to us.
Very well. Let's hear how the defense is claimed. Where is your evidence that contradicts Mr. Valentonis?
Take that!
Crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
The photo of the crime scene?
Oh, this color has me yearning for black and white. Clear-cut simplicity. Tell us here, right? Just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything black and white.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
Take that!
Valiant Grimmery, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes.
Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. This man is into water sports. Take another look at this photo from the crime scene.
What's this?
Confusion? Doubt? Tell us, as what do your elderly eyes spy?
My elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. What's this? What foul magic?
It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
Alec... no!
That's a fun sprite.
Order. What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. Suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valiant Grimmery, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not.
Well,
this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright.
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness made no mistakes. I agree at a glance. The TV liquid. Jeez Louise, I cannot read today. The IV liquid doesn't appear to be a greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic on the hook?
It looks like I want to say light blue.
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave for you, that is. Or, you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? Quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know that the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam. Is this cool as ZOMG? Getting that classic Ace Attorney pursuit theme. I dig it. This is great.
Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Gremory, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because from the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. Not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
I suppose he would have had to. But I'm still not clear as to what this all means.
Ask yourself. Why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? Oh, and a big stretch.
Objection!
Hello, friend. Yeah, we're here in, this flashback case that I'm sure definitely doesn't end in tragedy. With it being Phoenix's last case before getting disbarred for using fabricated evidence. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be perfectly fine because there is no issue. This isn't gonna be like, this isn't gonna be like, the case in Game 3 where we've got, where we're in control of Mia, and she's going up against Edgeworth, who hadn't lost a case until Phoenix became an attorney. It'll be fine. I will say Gavin is rocking those shades. I'm afraid I find that in nothing. So what if he knew the IV is liquid's color? Leave getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
Gosh, the use of the word teeny bopper. The IV liquid is the only evidence. The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid.
Never change, Judge.
I'm right, right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sand through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight here, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait! Wait! I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself of a say to perform such a task? I'm an amateur. Yeah, I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness was capable of such a feat?
Here's the point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. I'm tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Very well, right? Any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
Valiant Grimmery. I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. On the contrary, there are quite a few Phantom Thief stories where the criminals are in fact a stage magicians.
Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting?
There was an anime that came out in 2019, I think. That was basically that, of a group of stage magician Phantom Thieves. Unfortunately, it was awful and was basically just a crappy shonen battle anime that is wearing a Phantom Thief heist anime skin. But yeah. Magic relies on prompts, and prompts become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic. And the prompt was... there's a syringe.
The victim's syringe.
The perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. Don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had a syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Grimmery, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! I really like that sprite. That one's fun. With the bunnies and the flags and everything.
I do believe, and with this being his first, that the burden of trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. Do a little much-needing investigation work.
Nope.
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word of advice: underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet from under you in a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid? But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit, after all. Why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is the victim Magnifi Grimmery's diary. Diary? After going to the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, startling debut, and meeting of his disciples. Seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death.
Wait, the book doesn't say the reason, or what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request?
Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently the victim wrote in his journals that night. Even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the... oh.
It does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence.
I would love to do so. How do I open it? Okay. Yeah. It's gonna go great, I'm sure.
Read the very last part with particular care.
There we go. Oh, come on! Stop putting text in there! Stop putting text in the way, I'm trying to read it.
This journal may end here, or it may go on. But not long... that depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gremery.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
But look at what he said before that. This journal... This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Gremery intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gremery didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gremery.
Order, order, order. Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifi Gremery wrote this?
There is no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi... he did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did.
Then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gremery. Well, how do you like me now, Herr Wright? Still too green for your taste?
He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe. It overlooks such an obvious problem with his evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
The diary's accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show him something. I'm left with no other choice but to show my own evidence. What?
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary.
It's not too late to resent this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us his diary you have just shown to the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. There we go. Yeah, this is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? What's this? Looks like a page was ripped out. Well now, isn't that interesting? There we go. Need to get that. Yep. Here we go. We're just gonna rip off this bandage. This is not gonna be fun. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Alaka, I don't believe it!
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor, or that night shot at Magnifique Grunnery. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is a continuation of the victim's diary.
Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match to the torn remains in the last page of Magnifie's diary.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grimmery left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grimmery.
No!
That's a lot of doves. How many doves does that man have in his outfit?
The handwriting, too, matches that one on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article.
Yes, he has a yes amount of doves.
Order, order, order. But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that.
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge?
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only you to put it on hold. Please, my new witness is a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, Judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So might as well be sooner.
Oh boy.
Even though this is highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom.
Yeah. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. I should have known it was a bad sign all around. What is that hair?
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
That begs the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. So best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. You are the witness, I gather.
Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record.
My name's Drew Mission. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case?
No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Mission, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah. I know it well.
How is that possible? You seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I made it. You... what? You made it?
Yes. You might call it one of my works.
The prosecutor's office has received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gremery.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. He painted to the work. Well, at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries?
Well, so we are to understand that this page here is
a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence. Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented his evidence to us, Phoenix, right?
witness, Mr. Meesham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
That I don't know. What? My clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want, and they receive my payment. And receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say, without a doubt, this is mine.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Even knowing it was coming. Ugh, I hate this part. Hate it, because it's so well done. trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes.
you have an explanation for yourself.
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. I understand that forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold a client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor? And that's a close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, Jean. I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Mr. Attorney? Yes?
Could I ask your name?
Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright.
Though I deeply regret having declared a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must.
Ah, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack?
There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I will certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar? The defendant escaped. Find him quick.
Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
I get the feeling he still escaped. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shawnee Enigmar, aka Zach Gremery, did not just escape from court, he literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gremery miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gremery vanished, along with him, for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. Why does it have to be so well done? Oh gosh, the Mason system. Okay. Curse you, Phoenix Wright, for being so amazing. Okay, for this whole Mason system thing, I have got a guide open. I'm going to be fully transparent because boy howdy, this thing threw me for a loop when I was when I was playing it on 3DS. I am not good at putting puzzles together. Alright. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. I know this beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifique Gremory's disciples pulled the trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Gremory, go? Well, Zach Gremory, aka Shoddy, was probably the dude named Shoddy who got murdered by Kristoff. Who looks exactly like him, but with a beard. What dark truth lies behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Mason system. We are entering the Matrix. Okay. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. First, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Yes, a game. AKA, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney Trilogy. Available now on Steam. And all, modern consoles. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. Something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use Q and A to jump from the past and present. Let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It was right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Thank you, Cyber Phoenix. Alright. So, we are starting with... We need to go first to Wright & Co. Law Offices. The nightmare trial was over. The new nightmare of figuring out what happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. But I figured I'm the only one who could do this. Probably. Besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association's review... Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Oh, I'm so glad you came. Let's see. Just get through this whole dialogue. Gosh, imagine being, you know, child magician and like your first show is like, alright, I'm gonna have my first show today. Unfortunately, your dad has gone AWOL. 2 weeks had passed since then. Called her into my office. Oh jeez, the old classic look for for Wright & Co. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. You need to start thinking about your future. Did some calling around. It's hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. It doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say Daddy.
That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy.
Ah.
Oh, and this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know.
Ah.
Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Truzy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. Don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional.
Listen, I am trying here. You heard me. You trying to do Pearl's voice? You were there. It's kind of hard for a guy going up on his 30s with a deep, bassy voice to, emulate the voice of an 8-year-old girl. Listen, I didn't write the game. I don't know what to tell you.
Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Ah, thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge?
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least say, yeah. You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. I just seem so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should call it an agency instead.
You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gregory.
Directly descended. He's your father.
Oh. And now I'm directly descended from the famous Miss Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Listen, Phoenix, you need someone to massage your ego. You are... Now that you're back in the protagonist chair or for these segments, you're the butt monkey again. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Or Zach Gregory?
Daddy? Sure, I think Daddy.
Oh, gosh. Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Gregory, and they're big.
The Gremerys. They were on television a lot. I haven't seen them much recently, come to think of it. I will... Listen. Do you want Placida Barrage to suddenly get really, really sassy? Because they're gonna get real sassy if you keep this up. Those are my D&D characters, for those who don't know. Oh, that... yeah, but more so. I'll make them more so, and not exclusively to Chris's characters. I haven't seen...
Big magic happens when you put Zack and Valiant Gremory together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall, right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top?
I wish I could see more of Daddy's magic.
I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what'll happen to me with Mommy and Daddy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. Now, I think things are gonna be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Professional. So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're gonna do a magic trick? Sure. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yeah! Whoa, that was startling.
Amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Well, my routine can still get a bit heady at times. Ha! Get it? Heady? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat gave me a heart attack. So when Mr. Hat got added to the court record. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yup. She was always there with Zack and Valiant, smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here!
This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Gremory.
Poor girl. I hadn't known her mommy had gone missing. Now her daddy's vanished too, right before our eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't...
Don't worry. I won't vanish. I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan.
Jeez.
Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate it as is a backup plan. Julie's locket. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The right talent agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you? That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. Boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay. Think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O! The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost for those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy. She was my light. I do really like the relationship between Phoenix and Trucy. It's a very sweet, wholesome relationship. Well, guess what? Don't get used to it. Alright. Defendant lobby number 2. Joke's on you, I can delete clips if I want. I got control over what clips do and do not appear on my channel. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. I mean, here's the thing. I delete a clip and the link is gone. It's the same way. Oh, jeez. Just saw something on Discord that's a bit of a nightmare, but okay. Cannot declare me guilty. Yeah, we're just gonna skip through the flashback dialogue. Literally just saw this. Yeah, it was just a picture. Someone got some heavily discounted Valentine's Day chocolate that I guess was not kept in proper temperature because it's this chocolate bear that's just completely got its face melted off. So it's just this hollow hole. I mean, I'm sure it still tastes delicious. Yes. We literally just saw this scene like 10 minutes ago. Go on. There we go. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do we start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Oh, jeez, Meekins. The heck are you doing here? Down on your hands, floor on your head. No. What's the big idea? My ears. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. That would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink. just say it like it is, sir. And it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Megan, did your head shrink? I feel like your head is shrunk from Rise from the Ashes. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir! Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir! Okay, okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me this is a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friend. Oh, yep, just saw that. I guess I wasn't the only victim. Last time we met you, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times. In 3 days, they fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform, I took it with me as a souvenir for the day I was fired. I don't think you can do that. That can't be legal. Yeah. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Yeah, seriously, it's not like Ryan Reynolds taking the Deadpool suit after they finish shooting. Like, a police uniform is a sign of authority, and if you don't have that authority, it is very illegal to wear that. Like, people in the military aren't even allowed to wear their uniforms in, like, casual... like... let alone a fired police officer wearing his uniform as a souvenir. Like, that... that goes way beyond just wearing it while off duty. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Grimry's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in the court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! Yeah, oh yeah, it makes sense. Like, the only change was that at his bandaged hand from the first game now has a... or now is no longer bandaged, because obviously he wouldn't still have the open cut from his altercation with Marshall anymore. It's been 2 years. The door slams open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming your way. Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to talk about. It's just, they were able to keep the majority of the sprite, they just changed the hand, so it was a lot easier than just giving him an entirely new outfit. So... it's very funny. It's like and again, I mentioned it, I also feel like they shrunk his head. I would have to go back and look at his sprite from Ace Attorney 1, but I feel like I remember his head being cartoonishly large. I chased that silk hat and all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Ah! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own.
That's so incredibly sad.
Okay, and which way does Zach Gremory run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this, and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. Ah. I see, back when you were at the police, you were in the Department of Redundancy Department. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remembered it like I was right there. Because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? Huh, I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here it is, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here! Okay, I won't say it again, I promise. But you have to admit, it's pretty difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How could he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes! That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. But what about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking. I've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Oh, that's a sight for sore eyes. Man, it's crazy going in, like, basically like 75%, or even probably 80% through a game and not having in one of the series' core mechanics. I haven't seen a Psyche Lock in forever. Psyche Locks. Should have known. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. We got to see Gumshoe for a bit. Where's Maya? I know where Maya is. She's not showing up for another 2 games. You can show me the locks on people's hearts. If I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all. And the Magatama ends it. Oh, that's a neat little thing. I don't remember that. I don't remember that being, in the DS version. feel like I still had to go to my court record and present it through there. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey! What's with the atmosphere? Here, all of a sudden.
You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zach Grimmery vanished from this room. How'd he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir!
Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen! It was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Sir, did I just say something, sir?
No. You screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was something else in that room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day.
Take that!
Was that a chicken cock? Was that a chicken sound? Anyways, thank you, Sam Riegel. Your contributions are invaluable.
I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Yep, that was a chicken sound.
Sir! Sir, that day she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two.
Jeez Louise, Meekins, you got fired days after the Damon Gant trial? Jeez Louise, bud. I genuinely think he got fired 3 days after the because he lost 4 case files in 3 days. I genuinely believe that was 3 days after the Damon Gant trial.
Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
Jeez Louise, Zach Grimmery's as tall as Barash is? Jeez Louise.
"7 feet?
Okay.
Zach isn't that tall, is he?"
Okay, I'm betting that's what Mr. Hat looked like. At Mr. Hat's full height. Yeah, you have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Grimmery. But you saw something. Therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Interesting that all of the evidence is...
Take that!
What's that?
That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
At night on the stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists.
Unlock successful. Gab.
I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague.
Do you remember it clearly, or are the details vague? Make up your mind, Meekins. That Grimmery exited the courtroom? I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. That Grimmery, don't even think you can escape, Meekins! Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No, that is... Sir, I am currently chasing a suspect, sir. That Grimmery, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Grimmery. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. That's why you're wearing a costume. And you're wearing that costume you're wearing? Again. Meekins. The best cop in the police precinct's redundant Department of Redundancy Department. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash, and behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. Got it. There we go. A dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. That wasn't all. Another person got in on the act. And she was standing in front of Lobby 2. Along with Mr. Hat. I like that Trucy's marked with a smaller hat. That's cute. And that's the beauty of... it, isn't it? So, while you're standing in shock and amazement, and the magician runs the corner, most likely runs to the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at the time... Jeez! The lukewarm pursuit took a second to dawn on me. That was savage, Phoenix. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. And all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zach Grimmery's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Uh-huh. I am blown away by your ability to articulate words, Meekins. Astounding, sir! All my days of prosing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Jeez. Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffer on account of this case. It's been an honor, sir. Man, he's a head case is what he is. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings, however in my harbor, or whatsoever in my... Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's the stone-cold truth. Just another step in my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Guamshu. Mr. Meekins? This is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of times I've had I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right. I'll see you in court next time, then. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Grummery that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now, part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It'll be 7 years before I met him again. Let's see. I believe that is where I need to go next. Yes! The Borscht Bowl Club. Again, I said this during Turnabout Trump. This restaurant seems miserable to eat at. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left of my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Ah, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is... Son of a bitch. A friend of yours? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your neighborhood newsman. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. It's your favorite, bud. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. I don't even remember what voice I gave him. It's literally been a day since I had to deal with his brushel. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. That sounds like an innuendo. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. Hideout, yes? But before we go, yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoddy Smith. Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No, Phoenix, right? Huh? There's always look a man in the eye when you make introductions. You still do not know who I am? Met? You grew a stupid beard! His beard actually looks alright. I take the piss. Yep, there he is, escaping from the court. As we've seen for like the 4th time since entering this simulation. You can't be. But you're... Zach Gremory? Yes, the reincarnated act of the century. Pity I only have an audience of one. You. Zach Gremory? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there.
Da.
We'll play soon. Ready the room.
Da. I will be preparing their hideout for you.
Are you really him? The Zach Gremory? Now I'm Shoddy Smith. Remember this. Now you're dead. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 days from now, it'll be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. Got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I've come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. So I have decided I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type. They're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and I you. We competed that day. Oh. Da-da-da-da. We competed that day. 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes. He must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. Game I played for a long time and only lost twice. The man I killed, of course. There we go. You chose your defense attorney by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power. Trucy. She's in a class of her own. For 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals.
Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. Those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Call. You were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Grimoire? That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? Just in the Grimoire blood or something? Wait. Huh. I just remembered something. Okay. Yep, forgot about that. Blood. Sorry. It is not something told lightly to outsiders. It is nothing you need to know at this time. So it's some kind of Grimoire secret then. Fine. She's 15 this year. Still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes. For that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal. That's Magnifique Grimoire's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret, its staging and performance of my magic. The recipient name below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grimoire. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It's all I could do to prepare my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifique Grimoire's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel. Sir! Ah, here you go! What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trilogy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore, and you need a public notary. Besides, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news, and A day I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Ah, I finally figured it out. I know why you've come out of hiding and only now. It's been 7 years, you said? Precisely. The law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone were to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, it was all rights of a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly, which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up, you might say, I am securing my daughter's inheritance. Do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnify Grimmery. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnify died, his two potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grimmery, and Valiant Grimmery, not Trucy. See. So you need this document. I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background. I found you had no other close kin. So as you say. Okay. Kinda hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. And it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? What? Ah! I know! Hope you're still here. You know, CJ. I haven't forgotten the sassiness you gave me. I could just stay on this screen for a while. Have you look at the man you revile so much. That big, gross grin. According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother Magnify Grumry's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnify's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Brushel, you say too much.
What? Why am I the bad guy? Why?
Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Talassa Grimmery. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather some more evidence clearly. Oh, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once this is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? Would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnify. I do not care to lose to another. and I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation to think a mere lawyer might be out there, pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up. That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. Okay, beyond serious. Sort of a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave.
Ah, but your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
I punch and I punch, but still not enough.
I just remembered a future, prior engagement.
Toodles, gentlemen!
Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Sing us a song.
Let us begin. Dealer!
Ah,
You will be witness to our competition.
it is honor for me.
Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. Saw familiar faces as I entered this restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe that was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. Grimmery power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Shusi's mother. I needed it to meet that reporter again. That was clear. One other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Grimmery knew. But how and why? Solitary Cell 13. Present day Central Prison, Solitary Cell 13. Well, isn't it an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down here to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the event that took away your turn and his badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete tonight. You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. This is quite the fancy, fancy abode for a solitary cell. Kind of impressed they let him have all this stuff. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you expect to lose that attorney's badge of yours. I mean, because that's the thing. I'm not gonna get in the whole spiel about the, you know, the United States, you know, prison systems. But for, like, it's an important thing to note that, you know, this game in outside of its English localization is set in Japan. Hell, even the anime keeps that aspect even in the dub. And in most places that aren't America, prisons are meant to be a spot for rehabilitation, not necessarily confinement. You know, they are allowed desks and books and the like in their cells, as opposed to just being jammed in a cell with 13 other dudes. Honestly, out of all of this, the pet bird back there is the most shocking thing to me. Though, mind you, I'm very curious about general punishment stuff, because we know for a fact, canonically, Dahlia got the death sentence. Like, she was hanged. Mind you, she was hanged years after. Like, you know, death row exists in this world. And, you know, she was put on death row for murder. Is Gavin on death row? Is Gavin, like, here in this, like, you know, fairly, you know, cramped, but, you know, cell with the nice bookshelf and the comfy chair? Is this where he's going to be sitting until he too gets hanged? Dahlia is the only one that we know for a fact got hanged. We don't know where... We don't know the fates of Von Karma, or D. Vasquez, or Matt Onguard, or any of them. I'm just very curious about that. I have no doubt that you never expected to lose your attorney's badge of yours. I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shoddy Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Grimmery. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. Would you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to?
Alrighty, catch you later, bud. You have a good rest of the night.
I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough?
Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago?
Ah yes, the trial was Zach Grimmery. He pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? Bar Association review who voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all.
For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you.
But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you?
Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brand a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it.
Persistent, aren't you?
I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Grimmery mentioned your name, Gavin. After that, he was killed. And I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I have to know. Why did you kill Shoddy Smith? No. Zach Grimmery. Ah, beans. Whoa. I've never seen Psyche locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. He's doing his nails? A yellow envelope. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. Not nice to peek at other people's nails. You get mail here in jail? That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. So sneaking a peek was out of the question. It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary, and yet books keep piling up. Looks like you've got more than books up there. Ah yes, my collection. A few friends with the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Just a little. And some chair. Just looking at me makes me want to take a seat. Probably have to add a whole digit into the price of one of my office chairs. In here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You'd have to add 2 digits to the price of a standard prison-issued chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Ah, that looks familiar. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. Certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. Same bottle that Vera used, and then she chewed on her nails and collapsed from the poison. It's crystal and a freaking murderer. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. I think I've got everything. So let's see, next I need to go to Drew's studio. "7 years ago, Drew's studio. I figured you could. There we go. I decided on sooner. Drew Misham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix right, was it? I'll answer what I can. Not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Yeah. A little tiny Vera, chewing on her nails. Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I'd be able to get by if it were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That's why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half the paintings they bring me are stolen. Who knows what my copies are used for? But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You need not believe me when I tell you this. That was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Never imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. Past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. So we'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too. Which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That's not what I mean. All my previous work sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. First was a sample page as reference. Second, printed documents. I can only surmise what was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? It was me. I want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally. A psyche lock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Measham? I'm sorry.
but I really don't know. I never met the client.
True. When I asked the client's name, there were no psyche locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be. Otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down. So what's Misham hiding? Forger. Already determined that Vera's the actual forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psyche locks. Psycho locks? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Not personally. Those words triggered the psyche locks. Again with the psycho locks. Now you really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I am hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psyche locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is, the real forger is behind this. Or the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Measham. But poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, and I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is...
Take that!
The real forger is your daughter, Vera Measham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more for landscape, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The psyche logs tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only one possible. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho lock myself. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. Precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. Drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. And my little girl's playthings now. Do I touch a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera's the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Their face was covered, and they did not want them to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. And that little girl is the key to our mystery and client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? We have to talk to her father a bit more. Time to turn my attention to Vera. Suppose there's no sense in rushing things. See if there's any more. Get out of Daddy first. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. That's a pretty bottle. Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere where she can see it. She looks at it often. The light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. What's this red envelope? Don't touch that. It's quite important. The painter's face has changed hues. Guess I better behave. It's tempting to just grab it. It's an awfully small frame. What's inside? A stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Valent. The Memories, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year. And the Grimoires were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. Still wonder how she got her hands on it. Mr. Measham, I have a request. Let me guess, you'd like to speak with my daughter? Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so actually. With only one exception, which was, oddly enough, was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished. She was laughing. It's the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak to her. Alright. Uh-oh, this is gonna be tough. Vera, was it? I would like to have a friendly chat. I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. Still looking for the keys that say a do-re-mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm not good at this. I'm gonna get through to this girl. Let's talk about the stamp real quick. And then there's this. My stamp? Hey, she spoke. She can talk? Yeah, so the stamp. How can I keep her talking? Great magicians. Isn't True Grimoire amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valent. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? There you go. That's how you talk to the introvert. You bring up their special interest. You know, get them going on their hyperfixation, and then they open up. Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know?
Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah.
Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony of the Grimoire Museum of Magic.
The Grimoire Museum? They have one of those? Grimoire, jeez Louise. I guess it makes sense. They have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been into one of their shows?
Just once when I was little, with Father. The grimoires on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all.
Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valent, maybe?
Oh, sure.
Alright, forget asking before she changes her mind.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
That's true, but there's lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grimoire Museum, with you in fact. Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. It's her special interest. It's her introvert hyperfixation. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm?
For when I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
From the client, huh? This I have to hear about. So your father tells me you're good at painting and all sorts of things.
I really like painting. A lot. Father is always very happy when I paint him exactly the same.
So you did this too?
Oh yes, that was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips and the writer held the pen. And the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope to analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Her work was the last nail in the Grimoire coffin. Guess no one told her.
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean the Troop Grimoire? Of course.
Father gave it to me.
Your father?
But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got...
Or he didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it. Yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person? You mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Grimoires forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. So, you met the person who asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? Clam it back up. What's about this good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Okay. Right, time to do some psyche unlocking. Seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you the stamp.
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
Problem keeps her inside all the time.
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
Good luck charm? That your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? A nail polish. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Same bottles over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once.
Cosmetics were thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting anymore on that one. Phoenix, one of your best friends, can summon the spirits of the dead, so... Just saying. I'll just remain commenting on that one anymore. I think I know who actually gave you that bottle, the one who asked you to do this job? Was this the client?
Take that!
This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised. I promised not to tell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. If I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think they might be the devil.
Huh?
Or maybe an angel?
What do you mean?
I saw it. Or I think I saw it when they gave this to me. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So where'd you see this devil, then?
It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
Not sure about what this devil she saw was. But it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Grimmery.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Her eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger. Oh, now we're talking about Anya? I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. "7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. What strange sight doth mine eyes hold? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything. Or proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and an old little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifique Grimmery, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valent or his partner, Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm gonna get closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear. Never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. His very disappearance itself is a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Grummery killed Magnify. As good as a signed confession. It's certainly been the public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. The time my release is near, I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as an audience awaits with bated breath, there will be Valant. And also, yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertoire is mine. Valant Grummery is a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me. Verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Grummery followed them. Let us not speak anymore of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnify had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience will remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. Trick up his sleeve. Flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm gonna find. To find someone to take a life, or to ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. That's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves, and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? I guess it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your trip lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it.
Take that!
Why, that's one of ours. Specifically designed for your show, I gather. One single bullet. One shot. What are you suggesting? We're magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zach and Valant's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone already had been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. It's concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Just hope he walks with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. But that's Zach Grimmery's wife, and Trucy's mother. Talassa, I believe her name was? Alakazam! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Talassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Troop Grimmery's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your flame. We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age, a golden age. It's all here on the stamp. There's Talassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnifi was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright... Then he would have hit a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Fallon's got a point. One of the troop members died on accident. If Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? So close, there has to be something. About how Talassa's death would affect Zack and Valen's relationship with Magnifi. I see it in your eyes. You still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Talassa's accident tied your hands so completely. Person. It's going to take a little knowledge of players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both of your hands. And this information proves why Magnifi held so much power. It wasn't a question of who shot Talassa. Talassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zach Grimmery's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Grimmery's only daughter. It was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was.
It was an accident!
Those bunnies are staring at my soul. There's no proof. None at all. But Talassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Grimmery?
master, Magnifi Gremory, his only daughter, and his 2 disciples.
It does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it?
Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was. An accident. Zack and Valent tour de force. Guns blaze, the bullets fly. Straight towards that beautiful body on stage. Then crash, zing, pow, to everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Talas's life, we shall never know the answer. Talasa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost a mother, and Magnifi his daughter.
And that led to blackmail, I take it?
It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls.
Why did Why did Magnifi Gremory try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died.
All I can say was, it was a critical time for Troop Gremory. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valent. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Talas's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yes. Even with her life extinguished, her presence was not.
What do you mean?
In time, myself and Zack, we found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit.
I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter.
But do you not find cowardice in his actions? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but to then hang that death as a guillotine above our heads.
Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gremory, that's for sure. Does Trucy know?
She was not told.
Naturally.
Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life?
True.
I had not thought of that accident for a very long time.
Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot.
Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think.
True.
After that accident, there was one who came sniffing, quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research.
Would you happen to remember his name?
What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite a close to my partner, Zack. I liked him a lot. I liked him not.
I see.
His name, I do not recall. But his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often.
I see. Thanks for your help.
It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds.
Sorry.
I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Gremory,
and began to realize what I had to do to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman. I never learned who it was at the time, but got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile, and that sickly sweet smell of mint. That last floss thin thread connecting Zack Gremory to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Do we have to? We could not. could do literally anything else. Studio. Ah, well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask you what you're doing here? Mr. Mishan was poisoned and his daughters. Oh yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd tracked down in case just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zach Grimmery was a good friend. Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character, that man. If a little, no, a lot. No, extremely rough around the edges. Think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, seriously? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. Ugh, family of the Forgers. Alright, let's get that out really quick. It's tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what really did them in though, don't you? Yes, a forged diary page. That night I interviewed him. I found something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation in the back of neck, freaks out, end quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? I felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what that all means. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched. You along with them. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure is he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Grimmery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. And for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. Me? I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Grimmery? No, before that. It's not as widely known. You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot in practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back day. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all: money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I mean, I agree on the little puppy part. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled fresh on the fresher mint than they do now. Valiant Grimmery, one particularly nosy reporter.
In fact, I was close on speaking. I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Grimmery at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Talassa, was it?
Really?
Then Talassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Talassa's husband, see.
That Grimmery.
Something strange was in the air over that Troop Grimmery that day. Something strange was Something strange was in the air over Troop Grimmery in those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciples scene started by then, I guess. Talassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me, off the record.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept Brian and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as a confidant.
Oh boy, if this guy shows up as a confidant in Persona 6, I'm never playing a Persona again. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh?
Waiting for his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Because of this. The performance rights.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valiant?
So Valiant waited until Zack died. Legally, at least.
The time finally comes and Valiant's like a kid on Christmas morning.
He's getting ready for his show at Sunrise Coliseum, you know.
If that document sees the legal light of day, it's gonna put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's the sorry one, that Valiant Grimmery. Lost out to his partner at work and in love too.
Love?
The same old story, really. 2 disciples and the Minto's only daughter. It's what has 3 sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle.
That is pretty classic.
When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing.
In the middle of all this, Talassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find more about this Talassa. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person?
Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zack after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife.
Talassa Grimmery. Magnifique Grimmery's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her?
Well, why the heck not?
So Talassa married Zack and had Trucy. Oh.
So, Talassa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her 2nd marriage, actually.
You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They'd only been married 1 year.
I didn't know.
Ah, but she was a beauty. Still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know? I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know. Talassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes. This is one she had with a previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance? Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. And it's another one slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Talassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure. I can be generous on occasion, you know. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People in a vent, and it's all get tangled all together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about biggerer to listen to what you were saying. The biggering. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what that I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close this curtain on this play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It's the same with Magnifi. And with his daughter, Talassa. The strange thing, you think it's some Grimmery gene? Magnifi, he once told me back when Zack married Talassa. He said Zack had good eyes, but not good like a Grimmery's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grimmery secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone. Zack Grimmery. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grimmery fabric. Grew, swallowing everything. Wrapping itself around the Grimmery's power. A power which passed from Magnifi Grimmery to Talassa to the next generation. I once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Alrighty. Let's break some locks. Ah, jeez. I bet to present the frickin' Bagatama. Jeez, I gotta go through the whole dialogue again. Ah, beans. Ah, beans. Ah, beans. Shakes in a bucket.
Yeah. 3 locks. There we go. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she could see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done, your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Talassa Gremory? I will not speak of that. Talassa is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her.
Take that!
The 3 of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yeah, there's another story behind the frame, or behind the fame. One that not many know. Talassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valent and Gremory's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Talassa? I'm sure Valent would say the same thing. It's just like another murder, I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I love Talassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. There was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnify Gremory has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Talassa's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It'd take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There's someone else with that power, and I know who.
Take that!
This boy? His name is... I forget. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So what are we going to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. You could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. Might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Talassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Got some bracelets.
Take that!
Actually, I know something. Her marriage to Talassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Gremory's as a guest in our show. After Talassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she has a child then? I have a photograph of her here. Couldn't help but notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. Her Gremory family heirloom. This boy, he wears a bracelet just like the ones in this picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Talassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. Bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. A strange power. I myself do not know where it comes from. Yet the fact is that it passed out on the Grimoire line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Colassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person that became tense, even slightly, she would know. No matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So, she could see it? Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detected this tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait. Were they something she wore? Yes. Her bracelets. I admit, the first time I saw one of those, I thought they were just... I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I'll tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what'll come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I'll return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell them, the two of them, when the time is right. I am in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy, said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? Grimoire power reacts to tension in others. When a Grimoire senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension relates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. I don't know if that's really convoluted or really clever, so I'm just going to say it's a little combination of both, because I kind of like it. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrists? Precisely. That alone doesn't really count on as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. The simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? Guess that sounds simple enough. You ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? Heard of it before. Say athletes can see a moving ball like it's stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of the crowd before one may distract it. So basically, what you're saying is, the Grimoires can see really well? For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. Wait, Susie doesn't have any bracelets. Are you talking about poker, yes? Timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Gremory. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnifi Gremory, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols, 2 letters sent. This was Magnifi's test. The test? In his last years, Magnifi Gremory worked just to the bone. No, to the pain. For that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer.
Take this. I give my art to you, Zack.
What?
It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I shoot you? You're my mentor.
Ha! Thought you might say that.
If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? And of course, I would have given Valent his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I too, with the darkness, would go. And my art with me. Fitting in, don't you think? Yet this ending, too, gives no cause for regret. Thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps. It is not something we will ever know for sure now. However, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they've put the blame on our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent helped you pull it off. That's madness! Is this Sparta? Well, seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Gremory was killed. He died as Shoddy Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. His confession? To use as I saw fit. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Gremory.
Well, this is a blast from the distant past.
Long time no see, Mr. Valent.
7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you.
I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say.
I've spoken to a lot of people myself, and I've come to some conclusions. And I realized I needed to hear it from you.
I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years.
Because you couldn't perform Magnafy's repertoire?
Do not be deceived. Valent's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way.
Zach Gremory.
The rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought.
Zach Gremory murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you?
I remember as if it were only yesterday. Yet, that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanishes, the suspicions of my own person never did. His partner, Zack, vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said.
I had no idea.
Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce?
Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnafy's mystery is still Magnafy's death is still a mystery to this day. So why I came here to get the answer from you. You would be seeing these sooner or later.
The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight.
Sounds an awful like something I heard 7 years ago. Magnafy's death.
Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me.
I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened.
The 7 long years I have endured. Now finally the curtain lifts on my new golden age, and the miracles of our troupe within my grasp.
Sorry to do this, Valent. But right now, I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
Take that!
And what might that be? See, it bears the Gremory seal.
Should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast.
What is this?
A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnafy's miracles.
What? Zack Gremory. He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter?
Trucy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days.
Preposterous. Zack is gone. Vanished into the void.
This is a genuine article. Zack was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this.
Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in a thrall to the dead?
I'll not the only one with that problem. But he shot McAfee. Yes, it was Zack. It was. And then he left. My career as a magician fell into darkness. Do you think there might be some way out of it? Say if you could prove Zack Grimmery shot McAfee? Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. Should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed McAfee Grimmery?
Take that!
Believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zack Grimmery, he wrote one more thing before passing on. This is a confession. To which he admits to the killing of McAfee Grimmery. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. The fool audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yes, it seems the tables have turned. Now I am, audience, believing the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Attica's DOMG. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, my opinion that Zack Grimmery killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot McAfee Grimmery in the forehead? If I had and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do what you will. There's nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor on McAfee's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. Oh, testicular torsion be upon me. I knew it. So Valent Grimmery did kill the great McAfee. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple? Such as? I don't know. Knack and talent Grimmaire, maybe? Your wild fantasies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valent received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person that could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. It wasn't Zack or Valent. Who shot McAfee? Then it had to be the only other person at the scene. Which means... Wait. You don't mean... Yes. The great McAfee Grimmery himself. So McAfee Grimmery committed suicide? You find it hard to believe? To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. When I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with McAfee Grimmery? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. McAfee, he transferred the rights of his repertoire to my partner, Zack Grimmery, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it.
You owe me no apology. My crime was in a way more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Is Valent Grimmer confessing to something to me? What could be more serious than murder? You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It's easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnify's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands? Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess. I had intended to shoot Magnify. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room. Which was? IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then, I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled in the moment it came. But then Magnify called me back. I am sorry, Valent. I'm giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told could go with me. And that is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnify Grimmery killed himself? Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, and used the syringe to add to the IV liquid I brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnify died, and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zack Grimmery was alive. Not anymore. And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The Mayan races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Grimmery. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad I had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zack Grimmery, Shoddy Smith, whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good. It would have to involve paying that man a visit.
Okay. First things first, though. I have to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back, guys. Alright, it is going to be nice when that BRB screen is ready. Alright, Gavin, let's talk.
Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied.
I see.
Do you know when it'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment.
My apologies for the guard, but there's something I need to see. There it is. The yellow envelope. And Cinder is Drew Measham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Measham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. With a yellow envelope. Hey, Fighter with the raid. Thank you so much, bud. It's been a while. I heard it was left at the crime scene. No, duo raid. Oh, and there's Moriko. The twin raid. Hello, friends. We are coming up on the climax here. Got this last scene and then we're going back to the courtroom. This was the last letter that Drew Measham wrote. There's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. See if this African trace finds anything. Yeah. So this was Drew Measham's messenger of death. It's the stamp, all right. No mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would. And they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you put on my daughter. I'll write it later with a report. Thank you so much for the raids, guys. Hope your stream as well. I saw you were playing some, I think it was Power Wash Simulator. One of the most satisfying games ever put out into the market. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, here's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Measham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin. There are unknown survivors of African poisoning. But it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving then now. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Camera. Ah. A camera in the button on his hat. We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. He talking to me. Save the current process or progress. All right, let's do this thing. Welcome to court. 7 years. All leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant, Vera Measham, innocent or guilty? Courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Fancy. Something inside me, rising, surfacing. Something important I lost long ago. It's close now, so close. I don't know who is speaking, so I just did a normal voice. October 9th, 10 a.m. District Courtroom number 3.
Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Measham.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution ready to rock.
Prosecutor Gavin. How is the defendant, Vera Measham's condition?
Acute deathward poisoning, according to her physician. She could die at any time. Thus, her absence from courtroom today.
What? They can't put her on trial without her being here.
It is unusual.
We should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them.
That's being a little harsh. Can't delay the trial any longer. They'd risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trials will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me that everything he's been going behind the curtain. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time.
Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin.
The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done.
Objection!
But Vera wasn't poisoned with that word. The exact poison that took her father's life. But the confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have access to the poison. Significant since it's rather hard to come by.
That is true.
In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday.
Well, Mr. Justice, you have no objections. I see no reason to postpone a verdict.
What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if he told us who her mystery killer was.
The prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove this claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned.
Got two things to prove here. Who did it and how. Which to hit first? I'm gonna say probably how. Yeah, we're gonna start with the how. So we know both. How did the killer or poison Vera Misham? I will focus first on the method used.
Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin?
Not a bottle or container of poison was found on the defendant's body.
I see, so the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Misham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Misham?
Perhaps a certain good luck charm?
Take that!
What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand.
Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Ah. Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all.
So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it?
As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish.
Nail polish?
It's like paint for nails. Know any women with red nails?
Ah, my wife has red nails. I see, so she's been painting them all.
Alright, anyways. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court?
Court is now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails.
Her nails?
Ah! Prosecutor Gavin? When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails?
Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice?
Yes?
Do you know who did this? Do you know who put the poison in that nail polish?
Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Misham? Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No, just checking. I think you do know, and you're not telling people.
You're about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation here. Let me show you.
Understood, Your Honor.
No problem. I know what I'm doing this time.
Then let us ask, who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish?
Take that!
What's this? Christoph Gavin?
What's your game, my bro? There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else.
Indeed. He's behind bars.
I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did.
But
Ask yourself when he put the poison in the bottle. Could have been yesterday, could have been a month ago, maybe it was a year ago, or perhaps it was 7 years ago.
But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable.
Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. You alright there, buddy?
But
That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find Christoph Gavin's younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all.
Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness.
Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay. The defense's wish is granted. Let the prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand.
Bailiff, begin proceedings and call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison.
Your Honor. How nice to see you again.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? Not every day I am summoned from a solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss?
Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You can do it.
Does this bottle look familiar? Are you donning nail polish? Why yes, I used it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And... I think one of my light bulbs is flickering. It's kind of getting a little distracting. And? Was there something concerning this bottle you wish to talk to me about? I admit, I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste, indeed. Alright, I'm just gonna turn my lights off. So, if my model gets a little more wonky because the, it's not picking me up as well, that's why. This nail polish is how Vera Misham was poisoned. That would, does it?
You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin.
Even in solitary, much comes to my desk. And I have nothing to do but read. Clavier? Maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again. By him. Again. And you agree with the accusation, do you?
So the proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please.
I'd be delighted.
The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of poisoning the defendant via Misham. Please testify on this matter to the court.
Poisoning Vera. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I have poisoned her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suspect I was responsible for poisoning her father too.
Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely.
Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice?
Very well, Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination.
I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention why. Oh, but that bracelet. Alright, where does he have... Oh, this is the one where he's got a different pose, so we'll go with that. He always had that scar? Jeez Louise. A little on the nose there, you think?
Gotcha!
With how much of an evil person? It was you who killed Drew Measham. A bluff worthy of your mentor, Mr. Wright. Really, but you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father too, your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Measham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Ah. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Measham was killed on October 6th, while I was already in solitary confinement prison cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. You found a way, all the same. And I found it too. This is how you poison Drew Measham.
Take that!
Sure, this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Measham died, he was seen writing a letter. That word was found on the stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. And yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell. That is all, Your Honor.
Order. Poison on the back of that stamp?
After Drew Measham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Measham write you a letter. That's how you killed him.
What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall the witness, Miss Spark Russell's testimony.
Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Meacham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, the stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote.
He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp.
What are you getting at?
What I'm arriving at is that the commemorative stamp was in a frame. So it's a mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Or perhaps you mean to suggest I can somehow manipulate coincidence?
He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder.
What?
Hey, Clavier. You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now.
He's right, though. How could anyone have known Meacham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell.
Well, seems the defense has run out of things to say.
You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christophe Clavier. Oh boy, these voices are gonna be fun. Oh boy, okay.
I'm actually curious about something real quick. Javier's 32. Or Christoph is 32. That's a 8-year difference. Jeez Louise.
Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with the bluff. You were, Christoph.
What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin?
Her forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that the poison stamp killed Drew Meacham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Meacham would use the stamp.
Yes, that's right. That's why it couldn't have been planned.
Tell me. It needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Meacham died by the stamp. That's all. Coincidence. Christoph, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What were you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency.
Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony.
Very well, I shall take his claim head on then. Justice? What? You accuse me of Drew Meacham's murder, yes? Then allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter?
Paulo, motive. He's talking about a motive.
Indeed, it's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter.
Here's something why Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive.
A motive for murder. This is vital, if not the most vital element of this case. Please consider this when making your statement.
I'd say it's about this vital.
That's pretty vital.
Well, Mr. Justice,
going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence.
Then let's see what you have for us. What reason did Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Measham?
Yeah.
Take that!
Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Measham's studio in the first place.
And why was that?
Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Measham accepts his first job creating forged evidence.
I've seen that before. A page from my diary, wasn't? Magnifique Grimmery's diary.
When Attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes? This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery he made? That was never proven. The defense attorney on the case was Phoenix Wright. Who other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it? And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second.
These were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Measham by the client who requested that forgery.
The enclosed stamp was none other than the poisoned commemorative stamp. Drew Measham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old. The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery.
To keep them from talking?
But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Herr Forehead, do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Measham was none other than Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Sorry, that's not how this is going to go down. Huh? Then how will it go down? I checked through the records on this case. When I found this, 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Yeah, and one more thing. Yep. Just gonna skip through the dialogue. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Now here's a question. Just who was Shadi Enigmar's previous defense attorney? No, this can't and all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin.
Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, witness? I mean, defendant, former lawyer.
Let me begin by denying this.
Objection!
It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and it's impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no records remain in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim?
That will be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Objection!
Yeah, forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence?
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy.
Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier, just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case. You must have thought of evidence. Apollo.
Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. Darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him. Proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Measham?
Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Measham 7 years ago. Prove it.
It can be proven.
Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not. Are you telling us the truth, Apollo Justice?
I am.
Then I say give him the benefit of the doubt.
Very well. But if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty.
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about this claim. Should the penalty not match his passion?
I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice,
Fine, Your Honor.
All I have to do is prove any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Measham. I'll have something that clearly does the job.
very well. Mr. Justice, present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Measham.
Take that!
This evidence proves there's a link.
Objection!
That scrap of paper, I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't.
Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting.
Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this?
Huh, I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? I just remembered that I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell. Said I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail.
Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell?
No. However, it appears Mr. Wright is yet to be killed of his bad forging habit.
Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. Handwriting is terrible.
This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter.
Reproduction?
When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera.
What?
He recorded the entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail.
Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence is based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who just so happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please.
The defense's claim is denied.
What?
Only actual evidence is permitted in the court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record.
Better luck next time, Justice.
Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence. I don't have anything I can use on him.
Very well. This ends the special witness's cross-examination.
Objection!
This show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years. And I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean the family closet, eh, Christoph?
Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something or you'll regret.
Gaslighting your baby brother, I see. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours?
Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor.
Yeah, I don't even know what his accent is. As a prosecutor, you're famous in masses. You could lose it all, Clavier. Apollo, you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor? Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you. You amuse me, hair forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't, not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, couldn't you, hair right? Resist what? Okay. Don't mind me, just through all this. There we go. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Did you find anything unnatural about it?
Unnatural?
Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented this evidence, and the next moment you call and drew Measham. It was almost as if that. Funny, it didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence.
Oh.
Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with it at forged diary page.
Don't do this, Clavier.
Because, as you told me, Christoph. What? It was the night before the trial. Clavier? Christoph, odd seeing you as the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I won't actually be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information?
The attorney who will be in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Christoph, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight. Brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings? You showed me all your research on the case.
The victim's belongings? Which would have included McAfee's diary, wouldn't it?
Or which would have included Mr. Gavin? My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on beyond that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo. I think we're finally gonna shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Grummery. Two cards. One card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons was to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion.
Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete.
Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me, and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Grummery both got what they deserved. So you asked Mr. Measham to forge that evidence, so you could win? But then, and when you were dismissed as Zach Grummery's attorney, you used that forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made, then you gave him your dirty evidence to him. You're afraid to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin? Perfectly. You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled when the defendant vanished. Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance. So you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years.
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. And
That's what he said, every day for 7 years. I felt it too. Journalist sure he was being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gremory got rubbed out after 7 years? Why'd he have to come into contact with me?
Wait a minute. Zach Gremory was seen by this reporter? How was that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years?
Finally. I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gremory had gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father.
What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him!
Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler.
I remember him quite well. Shorty Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant.
I guess it's not important that you remember that stuff. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that the traveler was Zach Gremory.
What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later.
Did she already know?
Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
It all started 7 years ago. The greatest magician, Magnifi Gremory's death, started it. Magnifi Gremory's death and his student Zach Gremory, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable, he forged evidence.
Drew Measham?
Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Precautions.
To keep people from talking, of course. These two is to know too much. Leave them alive as there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. That word applied to a commemorative stamp. The luck was on Mr. Measham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
That wasn't the only bomb he set up. The area donning nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Measham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails.
Ah!
That nail polish was her good luck charm.
She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me.
Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client. The one who wanted that note made.
It was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years. And then they went off, almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and that took Mr. Measham's life.
Objection!
What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Gremery to keep him from talking.
I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shadi Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think he knew that you can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive.
Okay, then why did you kill him?
I plead my right to remain silent. The members of this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Mission, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now.
I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Mission who is on trial here.
No! But you were doing so well, Apollo.
As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Mission innocent.
Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence.
You still don't get it, do you? Let's assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Mission to bite her nails?
What?
It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. Evidence is everything. There is nothing more.
I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
Your Honor.
Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However,
without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Christoph, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now.
what?
Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system.
That's right. I totally forgot. The jurist system.
Jurists, you say?
The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law.
Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers?
Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law.
Nonsense. There's only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say.
Unfortunately, it's not your call. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera.
How can you allow this?
Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright.
Phoenix Wright? Everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. 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 Right!
Please. I'll let that go for the sake of my throat.
I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. Law is absolute. Let ignorant swine soil our courts. Christoph, it's over. Clavier. The law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Oh, I thought you spent
and your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions.
The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem polished to bleed into trial and error. It is a fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. It is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings.
Except for you, Christoph. You aren't changing. You have stopped. You're not needed anymore. Couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. Someday, I'll know what law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to.
I see no reason to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Mission, accused of murdering her father. The painter, Drew Mission. However, several other incidents were reviewed. We seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurist of the court, for the death of Drew Mission, how do you find the defendant, Vera Mission? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter.
October 9th, 12:48 p.m., Jurors' Chambers. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Mission is currently in intensive care. If a decision can't be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? So, she's guilty. Was there another reason for Mr. Meesham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all.
Please, wait.
Yes, jurist number 6?
There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists.
That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you involved with the development of the case.
With the development of the case, I see.
Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decisions in the case against Vera Meesham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. Wonder who... That reflection looks awfully familiar. Not guilty. Mm-hmm. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jurist system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. I have a strategy to stop tripping over my words, and then I keep forgetting the strategy. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial, an intensive care ward. A true miracle occurred. Vera Meesham opened her eyes. October 10th, 10:12 a.m., Hickfield Clinic. Vera, I'm so glad.
Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too. I'm proud. You did well, Apollo. And I thought about, what if Vera...
Hey now, don't you start crying too?
Sorry you had to see us like this.
Oh, Vera?
Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails.
No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes.
Except that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life.
I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you.
No, really, it's okay.
Oh, it's so cute! Oh, look, it's me! I love it, thanks!
Is that me?
You really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me. You know where the other lawyer is?
The other lawyer?
Oh, you mean Daddy? But he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no. That's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again, someday, and apologize.
I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that.
He brought me all those things for me when he came to visit earlier.
You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all? Oh, look at Phoenix Wright, making a tokusatsu fan out of her.
You know, I knew my real daddy was alive.
Huh?
I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom.
You did what? How?
I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away.
We may not see each other again for some time, Trucy. But know this, I will be watching. One day I shall return. You're the next Grimory, after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he?
It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now. Even if he can't really play the piano.
That he can't.
Oh, and I got you too. Even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes.
Glad I made your list.
Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. You know Apollo?
I think he said he had to meet someone.
I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy.
Or a new daddy. Depends on if you're a Wrightworth or Phoenix and Irish shipper.
Oh, Trucy. Yes, Vera? I was wondering, could I show him, or could you show me, yeah. Could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat.
Objection! Ahem! Not loud enough. I like Miss Magic underwear better anyway.
Miss Magic Panties, Apollo.
So, your memories returned?
Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I lost my memory. I was reborn as Le Miroir. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists.
Your thinking didn't do it too much. Besides, there's no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy.
Of course, it is a happy thing. For so long, I thought I was alone. But now
Now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you gonna tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, Don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet. Yes? Seen a lot of mysterious things in these past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwine. I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet. Yet it tore who I was away. Years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time. I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Measham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easy, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. That's pretty much the end of my story, for now anyway. I've still got a long way to go. And this power of mine... Oh, well. We'd lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice. And there we go.
I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Grammary. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy.
Trucy Grimmery? Frankly, I got doubts. But Hat Grimmery, now that'll pack 'em in. Yeah, that's got the game. That is Apollo Justice. Ace Attorney. It's not every day you get in the trial on the rocks hard at one of your gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. Oh, the news caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Still got that burnt up guitar, don't you, buddy? Well, it's finally over, thinking about it. I've been piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam. Again. I don't know which is harder, honestly. Piano is a notoriously difficult instrument to learn, and the bar exam is insane. So, I was standing around eating snackers the other day, and I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet,
Make him ding. Ah, the power of science. The preservation, the preservatism. Oh, well. Ah, Emma. Just snackoing away. Okay. In unlikely event you are wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Club. Only thing colder in the restaurant is borscht. Da. But if require a challenge, when you come to the hideout, you know who to ask for. Jamming. So, Kentucky Pastries is getting back to its eastern roots. Yo, boss, culture time. This is how we write root. Capiche? But we're still good thing. Yo, boss, PR time. This is how we write people. Alright. Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Kids. And he gets a chance to finish Plum's dialogue. That's fine though. Oh, there's Walkie. Bazooey, Chinese characters on cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago. Believe that. Man, you wanna make it today, you gotta keep it real, you know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker for real. You know, when we don't look like no cracker, gee, what? You want me to call the OG muffin? Oh boy. Jeez Louise, it's been 6 months and you still have all that paint on your door? I don't know where all this talk about food is coming from, but you ask me, there's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one to see you this time. Why pretend I'll do noodles is about the salt. Salt forever. Through the fire and the flames we carry on.
My exceptionally inquisitive nature has one unequivocal adoration. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stickler, now they call me Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure.
How dare you cover up Emma's face? You don't deserve that. I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it joy. May have lost years, but I have gained treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. No, look at she's so pretty. Look at her. Brushel, 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 brusha, brusha, brushel. Brushel here, back on the beat with another interview. Huh? How do I feel about how things turned out? No scoop yet, but journalist confidence in mint condition. End quote! Why are you in prison? Why is that the thing that the face that ended on? Why is that the face that ended on? I've decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see the bit into the world outside. But I know there are good people out there. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you.
Shu Takumi. Aww. I love that. That's so cute. Ooh, that's dope. Congratulations, you lost a special bonus in the music and background settings screen. Apologizes commemorative. Kazuya Nori. But that right there is where we are going to end it for the night. We have been going for 5.5 hours. It is almost 2 in the morning. And we will resume this at a later date. Oh, well. Hold up. There we go. There I am. Okay. We will resume this at a later date. Maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime next week. We'll figure it out. It will depend on if D&D happens and how I feel after it. But, for now, thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you, Fighter and Mori, for the raids. It really meant a lot. Right now, I gotta get to bed. It's late. Let's see. Is there anyone live at the moment? Does not appear to really be anyone live at the moment. So I think we're just gonna go ahead and end stream. Oh yeah. Oh. And I will see you guys later. Farewell and good night.